Well, welcome to the Thursday, April 17th, 2025 council meeting. Start with the adoption of the agenda. Please, Mr. Elliott,
I move adoption of the agenda as presented.
seconded. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Motion to go to close. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I move that council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under sections 90, section 1A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, or another position appointed by the municipality, and C, labor relations or other employee relations.
Seconded by Councillor Southcott. All in favor? Passed unanimously. We are now moving upstairs, is that correct? Do you mind if we start the meeting?
You actually.
So we are going to reconvene, and we do have a special guest that will be joining us, and it's part of a special recognition. And the recognition is for our Chief Administrative Officer, who has been doing wonderful things for the city. And here's our guest. So out of appreciation, I hope, Mr. Glinsky didn't get a picture of that.
He probably doesn't know what time our meeting starts.
Yes. Oh, go back, Rob.
Roger wants to do a
Okay.
photo. I think we should all
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'd just like to acknowledge that we are holding this meeting on the traditional territories of the Kalama Nation. And we'll move to the public input period, where members of the public have an opportunity to provide comment for a maximum of 2 minutes on items listed under legislative matters. Committee recommendations are new business. Anybody like to come forward? Do we have anybody online? Now to general matters. And the first one is a proclamation of Human Values Day. So whereas increasing the awareness of the basic human value of truth, right conduct, peace, love, and nonviolence, and other human values like honesty, integrity, kindness, and caring are inherent in all creeds, countries, cultures, and communities, making these values truly values without borders. Whereas taking daily steps towards positive change in Powell River will strive to reduce violence of all types, spreading peace and progress in the city. And whereas Walk for Values is an international movement that started in Canada in 2003, not as a fundraiser, but a way to make communities richer and healthier by pledging their commitment to practice these human values and be motivated to serve the community through volunteer work by donating blood or donating food for the needy. And whereas Walk for Values is designed to raise the awareness of human values and to promote individual responsibility towards the collective future of humanity. Therefore, I, Mayor Ron Wasno, proclaim April the 24th, 2025 as Human Values Day in the city of Powell River. The next item is proclamation, the National Day of Mourning. Whereas every April 28th, the National Day of Mourning commemorates workers who have been injured, killed, or suffer illness as a result of occupational accidents and hazards. And whereas safety is everyone's responsibility, and it takes real commitment and dedication to make sure everyone goes home to their families safe and healthy at the end of the day. And whereas the annual Day of Mourning is an opportunity to remember those fallen workers and to recommit to creating safer workplaces. Now, therefore, I, Ron Wasno, Mayor of the City of Powell River, do hereby proclaim April the 28th, 2025 as the National Day of Mourning in the City of Powell River.
Your Worship?
Yes.
So in past years, when we've had this proclamation come forward, we've also had a representative talk to us about the fact that there's usually an event on that day that we attend at the Cranberry Cemetery, and there's speeches and people recognize the value of that day. So I'm wondering if that's still happening this time, or maybe I'm out of turn. I just wonder if we know anything about that.
Through the chair, we're still confirming details of the day, but you're correct. There will be an event, and I think Ms. Walls, do you have any updates on that?
Through the chair, I believe that is still happening. I think it's on the 28th, but again, as the CAO said, we are still waiting for details to come forward. So all of those will be sent to council when we have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the consent agenda. Yes, Councillor Isaacs.
I move adoption of the consent agenda, April 17th, 2025.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Legislative matters. 11.1, draft bylaw 2752.
Through the chair, if I can ask Ms. Dennison, our CFO, to walk us through the property tax rate bylaw, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am presenting the City of Powell River 2025 Property Tax Rates Bylaw number 2752, 2025 for consideration of first, second, and third reading. For background, Community Charter Sections 164 to 166 requires that a 5-year financial plan bylaw and then a property tax rates bylaw be adopted before May 15th annually. The process to establish these two bylaws requires much deliberation, discussion, and public engagement. Figure 1 in the report outlines the budget schedule, which includes links to the 11 reports presented thus far in the process. To summarize the progress, Council adopted the 2025 5-year financial plan bylaw on March 27th, which established the 2025 property tax levy. Next, on April 1st, Committee of the Whole then directed staff to prepare the 2025 property tax rates bylaw in accordance with option 1 that was presented that day. So the bylaw presented today was prepared under option 1 as directed by the committee. Figure 2 in this report summarizes the municipal property tax and user fee cost for an average single family dwelling using the proposed property tax rates. The total increase to an average single-family dwelling would be $322, or 8.6%. The city also levies taxes for 5 other authorities, including the Cathat Regional District, Cathat Hospital District, School District 47, BC Assessment Authority, and Municipal Finance Authority of BC. City Council does not set the property tax rates for these authorities, but the city administers the collection of these taxes on behalf of the other taxing authorities. Therefore, these funds are remitted to the other taxing authorities and are not retained by the city. Figure 2 provides an estimate of the average single-family dwelling property tax for these authorities, which would increase by $64 or 3.9% in total. Please note that the property tax rates for the school district were not available until after this report was published. So the report includes an estimate cost for the school taxes, while the slide on the screen provides the actual costs. Now to combine the municipal taxes and user fees with the taxes from the other authorities, an average single family dwelling estimated property tax notice would increase by $386 or 7.2%. For next steps, the City of Powell River 2025 Property Tax Rates Bylaw number 2752/2025 receives first 3 readings today. This bylaw will be referred to the May 8th council meeting for adoption in order to meet the legislated May 15th deadline. Property tax notices will then be prepared and mailed to residents. But in the meantime, residents may use the city's online property tax calculator to estimate their residential property tax notice. Please note that the municipal property tax rates used for the online calculator are, of course, estimates until the tax rate bylaw is adopted. With that, I thank you for your time and am available to answer questions.
Yeah, I can make the motion. I move that City of Powell River 2025 Property Tax Rates Bylaw number 2752/2025 be read first, second, and third time.
Good.
Just a few comments. Obviously, council is expecting this. We've given staff direction. This is part of the property tax decision-making process. One thing that I do want to mention is around this time, there's often discussion in the community about how our taxes compare to other communities. And I do want to briefly, while this data is from last year, give a sense of where we sit for our property taxes compared to other communities. So if we look at our total municipal taxes per capita, out of the 159 communities who report, we're 31. Municipal taxes on a representative house were 53. Municipal plus regional district or plus school were 48. And total taxes on a representative house were 59 out of 159. And so comparable communities that we often feature near are communities like Nelson, Parksville, Squamish, Courtenay, many of the Port Alberni, many communities that are often compared to us. And so I just wanted to state that for the record. That's all on from the BC government website with property data taxes for data. And so now that when tax rates are finally set after we adopt them, today we're only giving for second and third reading if approved, then that data is what will inform these sorts of rankings next year. And so I just wanted to make sure that the public has access to that sort of information in terms of how we compare to other communities in the province. Thank you.
So, Doug.
And so here we are getting close to the end of this budgetary and tax determination time, and we're looking at an 11.2% tax increase. And wherever I go and talk to people in the public, everyone tells me that they feel the taxes are higher than they would like them to be. And I understand that. But every time the city gets together and talks about taxes, it's a question of balance. You have to balance the services with the cost. And I think council has gone through quite a bit of work with staff also going through a lot of work to try to narrow this down to as low a tax increase as we could have while trying to get the appropriate balances of service for members of the community. When we are finished this, which will be, I think, within a month or so, and then we have to get the annual report out, And probably sometime in June or early July, we'll be starting again on the 2026 tax and 5-year plan process. And I think one of the most important things that frequently gets skipped over quite easily is the decision we make usually early in June or July about the level of service that the city intends and the council intends to provide in the coming years. And if we're going to reduce the level of services, which is the real way to reduce taxes, we need to start doing that early. I just want to point out that the next step in this is going to be looking at what services we want to include for next year. And that's going to include a discussion about where the status of the mill property is, what kind of taxes we can expect to continue to get, and what kind of tax rates we're going to be looking at in 2026. But I want to say that I support the process that we've been through to keep the tax increase at this level. And to me, it reflects an appropriate balance, the kind of services we need to have to make this coastal community one of the best places to live in the world. And I support this.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, 11.2.
Okay, through the chair, you've got two bylaws amending both the Sustainable Official Community Plan and the zoning bylaw, both relating to prior work that you've directed staff to do regarding manufactured homes and specifying clearly the difference between modular homes and mobile homes. Director Gao, is there anything you'd like to say before council considers these two bylaws?
Through the chair, nothing further for me.
Councillor Isaacson.
Just one question. Sometimes I am unclear how many readings can be given at any one time. And so I'm wondering if you'd share why the pause between third reading and adoption, or what's required between third reading and adoption.
Through the chair, Director Gao, would you like to speak to this particular one? Thank you. And I can help out if needed.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, and I probably will refer to our corporate officer, but the Local Government Act does require, Community Charter does require 24 hours between third and fourth reading of a bylaw related to an OCP. I believe that's correct, but corporate officer.
Your Worship, that is generally the case. However, for OCP and rezoning bylaws, council can consider adoption at the same reading as third reading. It's one of the few that you can. It's similar to your authority as a regional district. So I think the easiest thing, if you can adopt it today if you want to, or we can wait till adopt it at the next meeting. But this is a bylaw you can actually give third reading and adopt to at the same meeting because it's an OCP bylaw. Same as for the rezoning bylaw.
I think the benefit we get from having a pause between the third reading and the adoption is that the public gets to be aware of what we're doing and they can see what's happening, and it gives the public an opportunity to come out and make comment before we finalize the bylaw. I think this is a significant one. This bylaw and the next one we're going to talk about are about allowing modular homes to be put on a city lot on a foundation. It's a significant change in our bylaws, and I think it moves toward affordable housing. It gives another option to people that are trying to build houses in a quick way. And I support the changes, but I also support the idea of doing the approval in stages, so we allow the public to keep up with what we're doing.
A question though, we've had public notice and a public hearing on this, and while I support actually only doing third reading today because that's what was on the agenda, but I do want to check in with corporate officer staff around the fact that we have had a public hearing already on it. I don't actually believe we had any comments at that time, but I know that often with public hearings we are closed to any further information after that. So I wanted to check through the mayor to staff about that.
Yeah, Your Worship, since this was subject of a public hearing, you cannot receive any more public input, either at a council meeting or individually or collectively, because you've got your closed public hearing rules and the rules of procedure fairness apply. So the ability of the public to comment on this has passed, and it's now in your hands as an administrative matter to give the bylaw readings or not.
Motion on the floor. All in favor? Pass.
The motion moved.
Pass unanimously. 11.3.
Through the chair, this is again our Director of Planning Services, and it's essentially a fairly straightforward development variance permit regarding minimum lot dimensions to allow a 3-lot subdivision. Director Gao, do you have anything else you'd like to say to introduce it?
Point of order. No, I don't actually think we moved 11.2 and we skipped 11.3. So there's two different motions on the modular.
Yeah. Okay. We're now on 11.3, but can we confirm the motion was seconded for 11?
Your Worship, I believe, yeah, there was no actually motion read out for 11.2, so it would be appropriate to just have someone read 11.2 and re-ask for the vote, and then proceed the same with 11.3.
Sustainable Official Community Plan Bylaw 2370-2014, Amendment Bylaw 2562-2024 be read a third time.
Pass unanimously.
11.3, I move that City of Powell River Zoning Bylaw 2100-2006, Amendment Bylaw 2563-2024 be read a third time.
Any further discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous.
Take two, Council. I guess I'm trying to get you out on time today. So this is, as I mentioned, is a development variance permit under Director Gao's team, and he's going to give you a little bit more to explain where it is and what it's about. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. I am trying to share my screen. Hopefully you see the locator map for this particular application. The purpose of this report is to present an application for a development variance permit to relax minimum lot dimensions and building setback requirements.
Well, I'm just going to interrupt you for a minute. There is no map on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
There's an agenda.
Bear with me 1 second here. So that should be the map, and I was trying to enlarge it. But
Visible.
We have it in our agenda as well.
okay, I'm not sure why that is not allowing me to do that, but great. So as I said, this is about a development variance permit application to relax the minimum lot dimensions and building setback requirements of the city zoning bylaw to facilitate a 3-lot subdivision of the property at 6931 Courtney Street. Before I present the application, I want to remind Council that staff have recently adjusted the way we process development variant permit applications, and that this is the first application to be processed in this newly adjusted way. This is a bit of background. Until now, staff have presented the report with a recommendation to issue notice. Following the notice period, the same report would return to Council to consider approving the permit for issuance. The new approach has staff issue notice without first seeking Council approval, and instead we would just bring the staff report back to Council a single time after the notification period is complete. And so for this application before you, this means that the notice has already been given, and today Council's position to consider granting approval of the permit. So returning to the application itself, as I mentioned, we're talking about 6931 Courtney Street. This is a corner lot, and it also has frontage along Michigan Avenue, making it a long and narrow lot. Following the successful rezoning of this property to the CD4 zone in 2022, the owner has now applied to subdivide the parcel into 3 lots. And you can see the proposed plan of subdivision on the screen in front of you. To achieve the subdivision as proposed, a relaxation to the minimum lot depth, rear setback, and side setback requirements from the zoning bylaw must be granted by council. And so that's the reason why this application is before you today. It is for you to consider development variance permit. The first of 3 variances requested relates to the lot depth. The applicant is seeking a relaxation of the minimum lot depth from 25 meters to 22.8 meters. The second variance requested is the relaxation of the minimum rear setback for the 2 smallest lots from 5.5 meters to 3.8 meters, and those lots are shown on the screen as lots A and B. And then the final variance requested is to reduce the minimum side setback along the lot line shared by lot A and B from 1.8 to 1.5 meters. And this is to accommodate the applicant's desire to construct an attached garage for each of the new single detached residential units home being proposed. And you can see that in the diagram that was provided by the applicant. The interior lot line in this case shows the 2 garages that oppose one another on each property. So staff have determined the proposed reductions in minimum lot dimensions and building setbacks are modest in nature and would enable residential infill development that is both in keeping with the intention of the CD4 zone, as well as a sustainable official community plan as it relates to neighborhood growth management and general residential policies. So the recommendation from staff is that this development variance permit application be approved. And that is what I have for you today. I'm here for any questions, should you have any.
Yes, Councilor Isaacs.
Yeah, I have thank you, Chair. I have a question about the proposed motion. The motion reads basically that the permit be considered for issuance. And I'm wondering if that's the level of direction that you're looking from council for today, or that we issue the DVP. What could you clarify a little bit more the recommendation that you might be hoping for us to read, or that you're recommending?
Your Worship, if I could jump in, the motion would be that you are authorizing the development variance permit for issuance. And so that would be what is the question before you today. It would actually be issued upon, whatever conditions are met, though the date would be today, but you're authorizing the development variance permit for issuance.
So,
Thank you. So just in light of our new process, usually the first time we've had it presented to us is this first time the public is intended to hear it as well or read it. Is there another opportunity before making that decision for it to come back to council, or is this then the final part? And then my question is, do we envision, would it not make sense to present to council something like this at a committee meeting and then ask us to send it to council if we think we have enough information, just to allow council the time to receive the information and think about it prior to actual issuance? And so that's my question.
Through the chair, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Your Worship, speaking with Mr. Gao, the process seemed to be there was a redundancy to the process, and that notice is given to the affected property owners regardless. Going to the committee of the whole, how it was an applicant has a right for their application to come to council, so asking you to give notice was actually putting you in an awkward position if you said no, because you really couldn't say no. You have to give notice. The person's made an application as per your bylaw. They have a right for their application to get as far as council. So asking you to issue notice was a redundancy and potentially putting you in an awkward position if for some reason council said, no, we don't want to issue notice, because that would then conflict with the applicant's right to have their application come as far as you to a council meeting. The same information, I believe, was made available to council at the same time the notice was made to the public. And so council members have had an opportunity to be familiar with the application prior to this appearing on your agenda, should you choose to do that. And so the same information is made available, that's available to the public. And so this was an attempt to sort of streamline some of your meeting practices and make your meetings more efficient by not having things come repeatedly or putting you in a position where you might asking you to vote for something that you really couldn't vote down, which was the request to give notice.
Yes, Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Mayor. Question, my memory tells me that there's precedent for this variance, this kind of variance. I seem to remember more than once this kind of variance being granted in our community, but I don't remember the specifics. I wonder if our Director of Planning can comment on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Southcott, I'm going through my brain file right now. I do believe that we've had similar setback reductions, more to do with a reduced rear yard setback, where sometimes these smaller lots make it a little bit more complicated to build a more standard size house. I think in this case, it's a bit of both, where the applicant is interested in not only having a reduced rear setback, but also building on a reduced lot in terms of depth. Yeah, so I think in our communities, we're seeing opportunities to infill, and there are lots such as this that include quite a bit of vacant land. We're looking for, or our developers are looking for unique solutions. I think this is one where it's worth pointing out that the minimum area associated with the parcel will still be met. So that minimum is 300 square meters, and these lots are all well over that 300 square meters, but it's just a different configuration. They'll be a little wider than some of our typical small lots that we've seen, for instance, in Edgehill. But in this case, it's just a different configuration, taking advantage of the existing land base that's out there. Thank you.
So we have a recommendation.
Not finished questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also wanted to ask the question, I heard you say that notice has gone out to affected properties and so forth. Have we received any feedback from a result of those notices? And if so, what are they saying? And then I do have some other questions around whether we've had, do any of the setbacks pose or shortening of anything pose any issues for fire safety or any of the things that neighbors might be concerned about?
Through the chair, I can speak to that first question of Councillor Elliott's, and that was in regard to sorry, maybe I can speak to the second one, and then we'll come back to the first one. So in terms of limiting distance is what we often refer to those requirements around ensuring that there's enough separation between buildings. Yes, so 1.5 meters is the proposed reduction of side yard setback that still meets limiting distance, and limiting distance is all the way around. And so for that rear yard setback, consider there's situations in our community where you have a side setback and a rear setback up against one another. So absolutely, building code will be met in terms of fire separation with what's being proposed here. If you could help me with the first question, sorry.
I understand notice has gone out, and I'm wondering if we've received any feedback at all as a result of those notices going out.
Thank you. No, as of 2 o'clock today, there was no communication. We did about one phone call. Planning staff spoke to that person and helped them understand the application, and that was it. We've received no written notice. Thank you. Sorry, no written comment. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to continue by saying I support this recommendation. This is exactly as I understand it, what the CD4 zone was designed for. It's a perfect example of where it best applies, right in the central core of our community. We will recall our value analysis mapping tool showing us that this kind of development affords greater tax revenue per unit area. We're certainly interested in that. So I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Would you care to put a motion?
The motion, I'd be glad to. Move that development variance permit 287 for 6931 Courtney Street, legally described as Lot 1 of Block A, Block 37, District Lot 5306, Plan 6095, PID 010-724-508. It would vary City of Powell River zoning bylaw 2100-2006 by reducing the minimum lot depth from 25 meters to 22.8 meters and the minimum rear setback from 5.5 meters to 3.8 meters and the minimum side setback from 1.8 meters to 1.5 meters in the CD4 zone to facilitate subdivision of the property be considered for issuance.
This is unanimously. 11.5 is a proposed budget amendment.
So, Council, the report before you is a report for decision around a budget amendment to allow for the demolition or removal of the caretaker's building at the Timberlane track. So the report you have before you gives a brief explanation of the condition of the building following the departure of, I understand, a full-time caretaker sometime in 2023. And due to some water damage to the building, it is rendered not usable and beyond repair. Upon analysis by staff, this building is not currently needed, and so putting money into replacing it is not considered a wise operational decision at this time. So you can see that the recommendation before you would allow, if council permits or directs, is for us to apply to MIABC for a grant for up to $22,850, and with the remainder of the money to come through our asbestos assessment and abatement fund. So I do have staff online as well, but happy to take any questions should you have them about this. Thank you.
Clearly.
The building, as far as I recall, is a fairly new building, and I don't think there is any asbestos in it. So I would be concerned that all the buildings that do have asbestos in it that we will have to remediate in the future won't have the funds they need if we're using that fund. So could we comment on whether there's actually any asbestos in this building?
Through the chair, the building, despite its appearance, actually was built in 1975. And so it does contain a significant amount of asbestos in various materials.
Okay, thank you.
Any further, Councillor Palm?
Yeah, just for information's sake, through the chair and mayor, with the elimination of this building now at the track, I believe that will eliminate washroom facilities. Is that correct?
Through the chair and all. Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Palm.
Yes.
I move that council direct staff to apply for the Municipal Insurance Association of BC, MIABC Risk Management Grant for up to $22,850, and further that council direct staff to amend City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 Financial Plan Bylaw 2751-2025 to include a $35,000 special project in 2025 to remove the caretaker's building at the Timberland track, funded by the asbestos abatement asbestos assessment and abatement project for $12,150, and the Municipal Insurance Association of BC and MIABC risk management grant for $22,850.
So I made a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Now move to new business. BC potential non-consideration.
Through the chair, I'm going to present this one. So on March 4th, we had direction from council to look further into re-engaging in this program. And since March 4th, staff have done some reconnaissance, if that's the right word, with 3 other municipalities in our region on the island who are part of this program. So what we're talking about is the provincial nominee program. It's an immigration program through the federal government, but we're talking about one specific stream, which is the entrepreneur immigration stream, not the skills immigration, which has a different set of parameters. The city has in the past engaged in this. It was a staff decision to do that. And so it's something where this is a report where we're providing you with information for your consideration as requested on March 4th, and it's up to council to decide based on the information if you would like staff to proceed further. The analysis from staff is that this does, at its highest, could cost in terms of time 4 to 5 hours a week. And locally at this time, we have not seen great success with the entrepreneur immigration stream vis-a-vis staff time. But ultimately, it's council's prerogative how they'd like to look at immigration. We do know that the federal government and provincial government have made some significant cuts to certain streams that do impact. But again, this is the will of council. So we provided information and happy to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to comment. I was aware through our CAO that staff would have limited time to look at this issue. So I've had 3 meetings with the provincial organization responsible, including the director of the program. I also spent 2 hours when they had a online workshop for municipalities that are interested in seeing the benefit of this program. One of the things that came out of this was a referral to the mayor of Kimberley. And when I talked with the mayor of Kimberley, he was unequivocal about the important economic development that has been brought to Kimberley as a result of this program. I think what differentiates other communities from ourselves are 2 things. First of all, we have a resident here who is certified and could do all of the heavy lifting work that would be required for an applicant to prepare the information, and then could simply give it to the city, which would probably involve less than an hour to provide to the provincial organization, which would then do the detailed analysis based on the work that the consultant had done. Secondly, the federal government has reduced, but what they've done is emphasize the importance of economic development for small communities. And so they are going to look at applications that can improve medical care within a community and ones where entrepreneurs will come here, bring their money, and invest in new businesses. So from that perspective, I'm going to move a motion that we re-engage with the PMP program to allow us to receive applications which a consultant will process on our behalf.
Second motion.
Thank you. Councillor Doudt.
So I've been looking at this since we got the agenda, and economic development through immigration seemed to me to be a good idea, particularly if we're going to invite people with money to invest in the area, doing things that the area could use, which is various impacts on health within the region. And I like the idea. I hesitate to approve hiring a consultant to do things without having more of an in-depth report. I'd like to hear more about it. I'd like to hear actually more meat on the bone of the idea. I've read through the report. It's something that could take 4 or 5 hours a week, according to some of the other areas, to do that consulting work. It'd be nice to know what that's going to cost the city before we agree that it's a good idea to do this. So I'm not opposed to the idea, but I think it's premature to just make a decision right now that we're going to hire a consultant to do that. I'd like to consider it a little more deeply.
And just for clarity, we would not be hiring a consultant. The consultant lives here. They will prepare all of the information for the applicant in a form which is consistent with what he has used to provide information to provincial governments before. So as I said, this would probably take a maximum of 1 hour a month to receive the consultant's report and send it on to the provincial PMP program. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when you say the applicant, do you mean the potential nominee that would be sponsored by our community? Is that what you mean?
Yes. So,
okay.
For example, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the climate has changed dramatically over the last 4 months. Economic diversification and particularly partnerships with countries other than United States is highly desirable. There's a federal election coming up. I think whoever comes into power in the future will pay particular attention in investing in things that help broaden our economy and market us to the world. Sponsoring folks from other countries might be a really good way to get that rolling. I want to speak in favor of our expression of interest so that we can be at the table when these changes come out after the next election. And I see this as a potential area that's pretty good bet for being supported by the new federal government when they come in, given the climate in our country. And so I'm willing to say, yeah, let's be ahead of the game right now.
Thank you, Mayor. I was very interested in this program when it was first introduced here, which was a few years ago now, I think 2019 or 2018. There was one instance of success in our area through the city. I think the city did invest quite a bit of time and energy into it. And that resulted in one successful business here, which some of us were hoping would be more of a benefit directly to our to the city, the corporate city, which hasn't materialized yet. The prospect of this program being having potential because of the changes in our our international politics, particularly with regard to the states, and what we've heard of qualified professionals down there, particularly medical, wanting to come in this direction is very interesting. So on that basis, I would support your suggestion. The question I have is, what you're describing sounds to me like an immigration lawyer that would, or not an immigration lawyer, but yeah, I've had 1 or 2 friends who've done that, and they've represented the clients themselves, not a jurisdiction like us. So it sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that we would get that service without the city having to invest in it, which I can't really support the idea of continuing this program on the basis of city investment, because it was way more expensive, I think, to us than it really proved to benefit Oh, I still believe there possibly was more potential. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, that was the result of the discussion with the Mayor of Kimberley and with the PMP director and her colleagues.
Well, if I may, then it wouldn't require the city to be invested in the program. The program could run locally without having direct city investment.
That would be an option. I know that in Kimberley also that the Chamber of Commerce has been playing a major role in the program. But I'd have to confirm with you, my understanding is the actual letter would come from the city to the PMP with all of the information that the consultant had prepared. Councillor Isaacson and then Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Am concerned with the proposal, given while there is a consultant that puts work into it, it still requires the city to be involved and us signing on to that and a staff or a contractor passing on that information. And so we've got some examples of the amount of time that is required to work with even having a local consultant do things on behalf of their applicants still requires staff time as being part of the nominee program. I'm also a little bit concerned that referencing a local consultant means that perhaps in approving this, we are providing aid to business, which is against rules and community charter, passing this with a specific local consultant in mind. I don't know if they've been lobbying for this to exist, but I'm a bit concerned about perceptions of council giving aid to business. So in theory, I support provincial nominee programs that could potentially attract newcomers to our community to invest in a variety of areas mentioned by the mayor in understanding the direction that this program is taking into the future. But when I think about staff capacity, prioritization, what is actually possible and what, given history, is the best use of our time, I don't see this being it. And so I won't support this motion at this time.
It's unfortunately you never had an opportunity to attend the workshop or talk to the Mayor of Kimberley or others that have benefited from this program. To give an example, the two candidates that are interested in bringing their entrepreneurship skills and money to Powell River, we provided a simple letter which took our staff about 30 minutes to prepare, and that was the extent of it. And that is what I understand would be the extent of taking this to the next step. So I see no reason to be concerned about 30 minutes a month of a staff member simply putting a letter on Powell River letterhead. Councillor Doubt.
Yeah. I'm learning more as we go, and the more I learn about it, the more I think we should think about it. As I said before, I think encouraging immigration and encouraging economic development through immigration is a good idea. I've read the report. Various cities that are participating use staff time or hire consultants to vet the applications. And if people wonder what we're talking about, they can read the full report on our agenda. It's online, and they can see how other communities deal with it. I understand the mayor is suggesting that somehow the immigrant, the potential immigrant, the candidate would talk to the consultant, pay the consultant to prepare an application, but still that has to be vetted by the city. The city has to make a determination on all the qualifications and make sure that the application arrives. Other cities take as much as 4 to 5 hours a week of staff time to do that. And I think if we're going to do it, we need to do it properly. So I would like the alternative to just saying yes or no today is to get a full report on staff about exactly how the program would work and what the staff cost and what the staff time would be. We all know that we're in a crunch as far as staff time for doing many things that the city does. I think rather than just add more work on, we should do it in a considered way. Well, I would support asking for a report from the city about how to go forward, but I won't support the motion in its current state.
Councilor Armida.
Thank you, Mayor. My question to you, Mayor, was in regards to the consultant that you mentioned. From what I gathered from your comments, is this consultant volunteering their time to finish these forms and at no cost to the city?
That is correct. This is an individual who has gone through a certification program in Canada, has worked in other provinces in Canada to bring entrepreneurs into different communities, now resides in Powell River, and has brought forward this opportunity. So you're correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Of the motion.
Oh, maybe we could post it on the screen.
Through the chair to Ms. Walls, if you're able to post the motion on the screen, that would help council. Thank you.
Through the chair, sorry, no motion. I didn't hear any motion that was made. I know the mayor's been kind of cutting it in and out, so if I could get the motion again, that would be great, please. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is that the city of Powell River re-engage in the PMP program. That was it, but it wasn't captured. Councilor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. I concur with Councilor Dout's comments, and that is I can't support simply re-engaging the program such as it has been with the city, because it's taken up an awful lot more city resources than has provided benefit. But I'm certainly interested in the proposal as you have explained it, and I believe that requires more, a little bit more investigation, perhaps communication between you and the appropriate staff member, Your Worship, because I would love to support the intent of this, but I can't support the way it's been run in the past, which this doesn't disambiguate between those two possibilities. This motion.
Would it be helpful if that motion said that the city of Powell River re-engage in the provincial nominee program, the understanding that there is a certified immigration expert in Powell River that would prepare the required documents for the city at no cost?
I think that helps.
I see something on there. I don't know. Motion for an amendment. If it is a motion for amendment, I'd like to speak to it.
Do we have a seconder for the amended motion that is now on the screen before us? Yes, Councilor Dout.
I don't agree with this because if we are going to participate in the nominee program, should be open to any consultant who wants to work. I know that there is more than one immigration consultant in the country. And for the city to choose one particular immigration consultant and say that's going to be the route, make applications to this project, I think would be inappropriate.
Just for clarification, that is not the motion. The motion is simply stating that there is a certified immigration expert in Powell River. It does not require that anyone interested has to use that certified immigration expert. The understanding that similar end product would result. See where Councillor Isaacson. So,
I guess this speaks to both the amendment and the main motion. As the mayor shared, it doesn't mean that we're only accepting work from one, but there could be many. When an immigration expert prepares the required documents, those are on behalf of the applicant. The city, what is being proposed is in effect the same program that we've been involved in the past. It requires city time to review those applications. And what happens often with these is the person working on behalf of a client is submitting their work to multiple cities to see which city will support the business and the focus that person is trying to immigrate to Canada and start as a business. And so it is more complicated than just them they're not doing the work on behalf of the city, they're doing their work on behalf of the applicant. And so whether or not there's a certified immigration expert in Powell River, that doesn't improve the motion from my perspective, and so I don't support the amendment.
Thank you. On the amendment, I am in favor of the original motion. I think that having expert people within the community that may volunteer their time, it increases our chances of having an effective program delivery in our community, and so I find that good and heartening news. I don't believe it belongs as part of the motion because it misleads people to think that we are endorsing a particular person, and that shouldn't be. So from my perspective, it makes the motion worse, and I don't support the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate one thing. We've talked about the consultants volunteering their time, and I want to be very clear that the consultants don't volunteer their time. They do work, they do paid work on behalf of the applicant, and then they submit that documentation to the city. So they're not volunteering for the city. They are doing work on paid work as a business on behalf of a client and submitting that documentation to one or more cities that the applicant might be interested in having their business or what have you be at. And so again, there's been mention of an interest in getting a staff report on the potential costs and implications. And I feel like that's what we received today. We've received staff perspective on the costs, potential costs to the city in terms of time. And that work has already been done. And there's no recommendation here. It's for information from staff. We asked for this information to come back. There was a motion that was deferred to this meeting. We have a different motion slightly on the table now, which is fine. But I feel like that work's already been done. And based on the information that I have in this report, along with the words that the mayor shared based on his experience, I don't support this motion at the time, given my concerns about perceptions of aid to business, given some of the mayor's comments, and also the lack of track record we've had in this community of it being successful and the amount of work that other communities have put into this. Thank you.
Really unfortunate that you never were able to join the PMP meetings or to talk with mayors where This program has been very successful. We have a main motion on the floor now. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Now move to the 14.2, which is the sale or lease of city-owned land. I want to start by clarifying that the motion is looking for a statement of intent. It is not compelling council to make a decision on what will come forward. The first motion is that council direct staff to prepare and proceed with expression of interest, the sale or lease of the old arena lands. There's a secondary, I will talk to the rationale. Seconded by Councillor Palm. Rationale is quite simple. Is, as we know from the financial discussions, that there is a strong likelihood that the tax increases required in 2026 are going to be the same or significantly higher than those in 2025. We have in the past had different expressions of interest on the old golf club lands. Some of you will recall that I led a group where we actually went to a real estate agent who presented the city with an offer to purchase that so that we could develop a community building foundation. And at that time, the city decided to do nothing. What I'm proposing is that we have the Stephen Miller, who has been providing information on what he thinks should be done with those lands. So by having staff make public that we are interested in receiving expressions of interest, we then would be able to, hopefully before our term ends, actually having made a decision that could have a significant positive impact for all of the residents of Powell River. So, question?
So I just wanted to clarify, are you talking about the old arena lands or the golf course lands? Because they're two separate motions. The one that went on the floor was the old arena lands, but you seem to be speaking about the golf course lands. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No doubt.
So back in October the 8th, I made a motion that staff be directed to work with up to 2 members of council and Stephen Miller to explore the possible benefits of creating or partnering in a conservation land trust in order to preserve, protect, and maintain the land known as the old golf course lands, and further that staff be directed to bring back a report discussing the exploratory findings on the various aspects of the land trust concept, including the possible sale of city land to the potential trust. A bunch of things have happened since then. One was an assertion by staff that we should get together and work on terms of reference for that group. We got together with staff in February to talk about the terms of reference to that group, and the outcome of that discussion was that staff were going to present a report to council about this particular motion. I haven't seen that report yet. I don't think it's appropriate to ask for disposition of the land without at least getting the report from staff about what they think the pluses and minuses of the land trust or a conservation of those lands would be. So right now, I'm not willing to support the motion that's on the floor to put it up for sale or lease. I think we should follow through with the proposal we're doing. Maybe that will come after we get the report from staff. Maybe it won't, but I can't support motion as it is right now.
Well, perhaps there's a misunderstanding on the motion. Motion is to ask for expression of interest so that council will have a wide view of whether or not there are one option people are willing to put on the table or whether there's 5 options to put on the table. And at that point, council can weigh benefit to the city of those options. Councillor Palm.
Yes, through the chair, I support the motion. So it's simply asking for an expression of interest, which would then come to council and everyone, including the land trust group, would be able to put their proposal forward so that we have a good look at what's available out there. And this is a great step forward in terms of our mission in the city, and particularly to our taxation. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I have some comments and also some questions. I know that that section of land is not been zoned differently from when we first acquired it, when it was part of the mill lands. And we had a planning process where we were asking for community input, and a lot of people showed up to provide that community input, but we haven't had any rollout or completion of that planning process. And so that leads me into my comments. I'd like to see a community input and zoning process prior to offering up any kind of expressions of interest to guide prospective folks who would submit an application as to what the community wants to see there. Right now it's wide open and it has no definition, and I don't think that's a good situation. Responsibly, you can't put out expressions of interest if you have no intent of following through, because that's simply not fair for people who submit their hard work in putting their expressions together, investigating financial feasibility and what it is required for them to do what it is that they're proposing. And if we haven't zoned it, had any kind of direction whatsoever as to what the community is looking for as far as criteria for assessing those expressions of interest, it's irresponsible. And so we have planning processes in the works currently, including updating of the official community plan, so that we can provide some sort of input to the community from the community as to what a plan for the area would look like. And I'd like to get to that part and be responsible governance folks, knowing what it is we want to put there before we run off and decide to sell it or subdivide it or zone as per whatever expressions come in, which is not a public process. So I'm not in favor of moving forward at this time, because we have to put in some planning aspects to guide that process before we move forward with it.
Just for clarification, the city has been receiving input for over 30 years on uses of the old golf club lands. And a previous council did in fact accept an offer for the sale of the old golf club lands. Some of you will remember that that's where the fish processing plant was going to go. And that was the time at which a number of us from various communities within Powell River put in another offer at the same time, which was dismissed by the city. And again, when the owners of the potential fish processing plant backed away, we put in another offer. And at that time, the city said they wanted to basically get expressions of interest, other uses could be. So there's been at least a 30-year track record of getting public opinion on how the lands could be used. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I struggle with this because I respect your intentions. My main struggle goes back to much awareness that I have of jurisdictions internationally where public entities like us, communities, regions, countries have sold off land and infrastructure assets, basically, to look after our revenue, look after their revenue needs, and that's the end of it. I know you've the word leases in this as well, and that keeps my interest. Since the history that you've been referring to, the conditions down there have changed significantly, and the change principally is that the mill lands are for sale. That presents the possibility of some economic interest coming in here, and to make that even more interesting, now we understand that the Tla'amin Nation will own or owns a good portion of that land that would have been for sale by Domtar or is for sale by Domtar. So that's really interesting. I am also aware of situations where municipal jurisdictions have gone into business taking advantage of economic opportunities that come up exactly like what we've, not exactly like, but corresponding to what we have potential down here. And I think, so my feeling is that this essentially is premature, that we sit on a potential, a possibility for real, much greater benefit slightly into the future if we are able to leverage what else is going on down in that area. That's all very nebulous at this point, but I wouldn't want to sacrifice that greater potential gain for our community for shorter term gain, even though the shorter term gain is pretty highly justified in our tense times now. So I'm afraid I cannot support this as it stands currently. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah.
So,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Worship. Council mentioned that what we would consider moving this forward, but there needs to be some type of process. Thanks. Well, I'm kind of scratching my head. All we're asking for is expressions of interest to find out what's out there and who might be interested in putting a proposal forward. There's no process required. And in terms of Councillor Southcott's comments, we don't know what's out there, Councillor. Until you ask, you don't know. And that's where we are. So I see nothing wrong with supporting this endeavor to find out if there are some could come forward to lease or sell is the property that benefits the city. That's where we are. Simple. You ask the question, you might find out, and it might be very interesting. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that I agree with the intent over the long term, but I do agree that we're not prepared, and I realize there has been community input and discussions on this topic for decades. And contexts and councils and communities change over time. And so I don't think we are at a place where we can, in good faith, put out a call for expressions of interest and developers or potential partners putting good work into a proposal without truly knowing that the council is willing to entertain those offers. And so I think asking for expressions of interest without having established as a council that we are prepared to move forward on one of them. So I look at when we were at, well, there's 5 of us at ABICC over the weekend. We met with the Port Alberni Council and their CAO, and they shared with us some of the process that what they went into developing what are known as the SOMAS area of the SOMAS lands. And they went through a process and went through an expressions of interest process. But in preparation for that, they were able to be very clear that the city council had established a vision for the lands that included the development of a city park, seawall, gathering space, contributing to the social, economic, and community fabric, and that there was an expression interest both for community and for business. So there was a lot of clarity so that people, when they provided expressions of interest, knew that they were preparing something that may be in support of a council's vision. So I think that this sort of motion needs to be in our future, but I don't think we're prepared for it yet, unfortunately. And I know that there's a strong desire to be prepared for that, but I think we'll be closer to being prepared for putting out an opportunity for groups to present expressions of interest when we are staffed up in our planning department and when we are staffed up with the manager of city development, and we get some things off our plate that are backlog or taking time because we're down people. And this sort of time-intensive process requires good people in our part and a lot of conversations and work. I know that Port Alberni spent a lot of time negotiating with their final development partner and making that partnership possible. And I just don't think that we're there yet. So I will support this sort of motion in the future, but I don't think that we are, as a council, prepared to offer this to development partners in good faith at this time, because we haven't, as a council, decided what our vision for those lands are, given what we've heard from the community and what, as a council, we've decided we feel like is in the best interests of residents and our city. Thank you.
Just for clarity, this would be maybe 8 years ago, I had one of Canada's most recognized land planners and architect, and we walked the entire Old Golf Club lands, and we talked about a number of issues that came to the table today. He made it very clear that any developer that would provide an expression of interest understands that the council would have to make a decision. And they're just looking at it, and they're used to making proposals with the understanding that it may go nowhere. So I don't think we have to be so concerned about naive developers who don't understand that council is going to make the final decision. Any further questions?
I don't have any further questions. I've got some comments to make. And I have 3 concerns about this motion. They actually cover the motion for the old golf course lands and the old arena site. I read out the motion from October 8th that council approved that asked staff to provide us with a report that would outline the value of the property to the city, its potential value for other uses, whether or not it would be efficient to lease or offer that land for sale. I think it would be premature to say we're simply going to skip that step, not understanding the value as much as we could, and saying, does anybody want to buy or lease this piece of property and see what happens? Objection number 1. Similar objection to the old arena site lands. I think it's a year, maybe it's 2 years ago now. We had a specific study done by a real estate company to tell us about the potential development uses and the best use and the best value of that particular property. Their recommendation, and we don't have it in front of us right now, if I understand it correctly, was they didn't think that we could extract the real value of that property because of economic decisions currently. And my recollection is their suggestion was something like a multi-story commercial on the bottom, restaurants, sales areas, and high-end condo stuff above it, which, if you can find somebody to develop that, that might be the best use. But do we have public support for that? Not sure. My other objection is a really basic one, is I don't think you can replace annual taxation money by selling off property. It's a short-term gain for long-term pain. Once you've sold the property once or leased it for 100 years, you can't sell it or lease it again. As long as you own it, you can make decisions on what to do. You can do that for a number of years. Eventually, you will have sold all of your property, lost the control that you have over development in the city, and got nothing for it. I think we're better off to find economic uses that work for the city and move the city along a predetermined path somehow. Those are my three objections. I'm not objecting to selling the property or offering them for sale or lease. I'm simply objecting to putting that out there and saying, who will give us some money for this property, and see what we get out of that. I think it's inappropriate thing to do with the property, and it doesn't provide maximum value that we could get as a city. I would go through with the reports we've got and make decisions on where we're going to go in a logical manner. I've been involved in expressions of interest before, and it's all about value. And the less information you have, the less information the buyer has about the piece of property, the less you're going to get in the sale of the property. The more information, the more detail, and the more positive an opportunity to know what kind of zoning the city would support and what kind of building the city would support. The more information you have, the higher the value of the property. I know there are companies out there who will simply buy a property with the idea of getting it rezoned to increase the value, because people will know that a rezoned property has a higher value. So I think it's premature. I don't agree with the process that selling off our land, pay our taxes is a good idea. I never agreed with that. I've spoken twice, I think, on this, and I think that's enough.
Just for clarity, I think some of us understand that when a property is developed, that there is yearly income comes in. That's one benefit. Benefit number two is it provides a lens for other developers, entrepreneurs, business people to say, there's a community that is taking a view that they're not stagnant. They understand that 10 or 15% increases a year will have a very negative impact on a variety of other activities, including attractive businesses to the old mill site. So it's pretty naive to think that this is I'm just going to sell the land, as opposed to actually understanding the process and what people in these seats have done in the past in making their decision to deal a number of years ago with the potential sale of that. I'm sure they understood that had that gone through, there would be a significant increase, because then you'd have an industrial tax base. Right now, there is no benefit of that property in terms of revenue in any form. So do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. See, especially just sale or lease the old arena site lands, and if there's a secondary right. Thank you, Councillor Palm. So the rationale is quite simple. I dismiss entirely that report that was done a couple of years ago because it's irrelevant. The world has changed significantly in 2 years. What hasn't changed is the reality that our taxes, we could be sitting here in 26, 15% increase, 27, 15% increase. Other communities that have demonstrated the ability to make decisions very similar to ours are looking at 4 or 5% increases. So we can be sitting here on October the 15th of 2026 not made any decisions, and been very proud that no one will be able to criticize us for a decision we've made, because we simply haven't made any decisions. So there's a long history of the old golf club lands being involved in plans. The one was done, I believe, in 2000, and it was done by a consultant who volunteered his time and prepared that. Unfortunately, nothing was ever done, so there never was any benefit from that. So that's my rationale. I would like to be sitting here where we have actually made a single decision that could be to the benefit of our whole community. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, or your comments. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So it's the arena lands we're talking about in this motion, not the golf course lands, because we've already finished with that motion. So the history is extremely relevant when we're talking about the old arena lands. And the old arena lands were originally acquired for community use. The community feels really strongly about maintaining those lands for community use. And the planning that we have done for that area, and I know we've had a number of processes where we had everyone in the community come. One of them even had a sketch artist to sketch up people's visions. Has never been rolled up into anything that I have seen. Maybe it's out there, but I'd be interested in knowing where our community landed with what they want to see in that area, because I don't know. I know we had the process, but I haven't seen the results of that process. Have we? Okay. And if we do have the results of that process, they should be attached to refreshing our memory for any decisions we're making about that. And so that would be my comment about trying to make motions without the background information that goes with them. From my recollection of all of those processes, people in our community feel extremely strongly about our arena lands. And if we're going to move forward with something like this, it should be in consultation with our community, so that we know that whatever it is we're doing or putting expressions of interest out there, that they are specific to what the community is interested in that area. So that I don't support this motion, but if we did have a process, which I don't think we have the planning staff to do right now, we probably have to wait for a CAO and a few more staffing up to be able to have the capacity to do this. We should, as a council, have a vision for what we want to see there, and that vision should be clear when we put out our expressions of interest, so that when we receive them back, they're going to look like what we're looking for. And we don't have that. That's not part of this motion, and so I don't support this motion. I want to see that we would put out expressions of interest that are based on what the community wants to see in that area, and I don't see that in this motion, so I can't support this motion.
So just to be clear, we have a population close to 15,000. And so 1% of 15,000 is 150. So if you say that based on the opinions of 50 people, that that's how the community feels, I strongly object to that. To me, if 50%, 30%.
Point of order.
What you just said.
Point of order, Mayor.
Relate to it. Yes, point of order. Please explain.
Thank you. So when we're in debate, what we normally do is have first round, you put yourself on the list, you don't rebuttal each and every person's point as we go along. This isn't a you and me thing or a you and her thing. So the process isn't being followed properly. You get to speak anytime you want, and everybody else has to wait for their turn. And so I would like you to stick yourself on the list if you're trying to speak to the debate at hand. Thank you.
Your Worship, you're the presiding member, so that does give you some direction as to how you're deciding to conduct the meeting. I'd need to refresh myself as to what the procedure bylaw says about debates. If you want to give me a minute, I can provide some commentary.
We'll wait for you.
So this may help. Under section part 629, specific rules of conduct, it does give the presiding member addresses and recognizes who is going to speak, that council members are not to interrupt each other who are speaking except to raise a point of order or point of privilege, speak about the matter that's under debate. And then the part 4, 29 sub 4, no council member may speak more than once to the same motion at a regular council meeting without the consent of the majority of council present, unless the council member is explaining a material part of a previous speech without introducing new matter. So I think that those are the general rules as to how you are to conduct your debates. As came up in a previous meeting, it's not my role to say you're out of order or within the procedure bylaw. At the end of the day, that's for council to determine your own actions.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor Palm?
Your job is to make a ruling on the point of order now, Your Worship.
The ruling I'm making is that the presiding chair has the option to determine who's speaking. Councillor Palm.
Mr. Mayor, you just made a ruling. Next. He did, but we haven't finished so far the process for a point of order. Councillor Elliott made a point of order. The mayor made a ruling. I wish to challenge the mayor's ruling.
Go ahead.
They're the appropriate. So Councillor Elliott made a point. Councillor Elliott's point was that she has been watching, as I have, the pattern of this debate, and every time a member of council speaks, virtually every time, there may have been a few when it didn't happen, the mayor responds. Rather than waiting for his time in the order, mayor responds to every comment that's being made by somebody else. I challenge that. I think it's appropriate in rules of order and various Eli Mina and various other discussions that each person be able to comment one time, and that the mayor frequently waits until the end of that discussion to make his input. But I challenge that the mayor has or the presiding member, whoever it might be me, has the opportunity to recognize whoever he wants at any particular time. I don't agree with the mayor's ruling on this order, and I would put it to the group. I think the proper question for the mayor to ask is, shall the chair be sustained? Otherwise, do we agree with the chair or not?
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. And I guess I would add that seldom do I talk, but I had put a motion on the table that I thought was very important for this community and the citizens of this community. Therefore, I felt reasonable that I should be able to respond when misinformation was being presented. So
I have a
comment on. Yes, Councillor Armida.
Based on the rules provided to us by staff here, there is actually no debate on a challenge to a ruling. So I believe we just need to vote. And you might have other.
Yes, Your Worship. So council needs to determine whether the the chair shall be sustained. You do not get to vote, Your Worship. And in this is one of the few cases where a tie is an affirmative vote, not a defeat. So you just have to call the question, and yeah, you can't, sorry, have to call the question. You can't debate, shall the chair be sustained? You either have to say yes or no, depending on your interpretation of the procedure bylaw and what's happened to date.
Call the motion.
Terms of the bylaw, spread out, makes reference to individual councillors, but it doesn't make reference to the chair, does it not?
Usually see, so members of, no council member may speak more than once to the same motion. So it does include both councillors and the mayor when you say council member. And so the rules equally apply. And so this is a challenge, is the presiding member running the meeting in accordance with the procedure bylaw? It's a yes or no question.
The way you do that, Your Worship, is to say, shall the chair be upheld? That's the way you call that question, according to the procedure.
Yeah, so the question.
Our CEO had made it clear.
The question is, shall the chair be sustained?
Yeah.
Greater clarification for people that didn't hear our corporate officer. The question is, should the chair be sustained? If it's yes or no.
Yeah, so it would be those in favor would raise your hand, those opposed would not. So
Who's chairing the meeting?
it should be the mayor saying this, but I'm just trying to advance things here.
All in favor? So you know the chair does not have a vote. In favor, the chair be sustained, please raise their hand. Okay.
Sorry, just for clarification, that means the same means the mayor stays in the chair, correct?
No.
Stay in the chair regardless.
It's been a Paul.
I'm agreeing with this thing's dying.
Councillor Palm, maybe speak into the microphone so people online can hear when the time comes.
Yes, so you're saying if you vote yes, the mayor should be sustained, you're agreeing that the mayor is conducting the meeting in an appropriate manner. If you vote against the mayor being sustained, you're saying the mayor is not running the meeting in an appropriate manner.
All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed? Mayor is not being sustained. We still have a motion on the floor. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
So the remedy I had asked for during my original thing was to please put yourself on the speakers list in order the same as everyone else without speaking out of turn. And so that's the remedy I'm looking for and would replace your ruling with that. Thank you.
Any further, Councillor? I'm just going to check with the CO. So if Councillor Dowd has spoken to this before, he's no longer allowed to speak again. Is that correct?
So there's two parts here. One, it says you can only speak once to a motion, but then it also says you can speak a second time on a, where are we here? On a reply, yes. So it does give some time limits, which I don't think we've used at all. But you can respond to something else that was said a second time.
Councillor Dowd.
I simply wanted to say that I don't think I've spoken on this particular motion. I spoke on the old golf course lands motion. I just wanted to point out that my reasons for opposing this motion are the same as they were for the old golf course lands, although the words arena site and old golf course lands have been used interchangeably tonight. I don't think it's appropriate to ask for presentations on people who might want to buy or lease the old arena site property for the same reasons that I spoke about the old golf course property.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Southcott.
I believe we're back to discussing the motion. I have various reservations. The biggest one is the reason why in the OCP it is designated a special study area. And from the feedback I've had since the notice of motion 2 weeks ago, it's really clear to me that that it would require extensive public consultation before we'd really be in position to do anything. So I think, again, this motion won't go anywhere until we do that, even if we were to make this motion. So again, though I appreciate the intent, I cannot support it.
Any further? Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship, I just have a couple of comments. First of all, the old arena site. I'm sure all of us in this room realize that that was once proposed for our new library. And we had a lot of opposition to that. However, during that debate, we had received legal correspondence that it was up to council. They could do with that land as they so wished. And that the covenant that on it in regards to park really doesn't apply if council turns another direction. I just want to clarify that. Secondly, I support the mayor's motion on both of these counts for the simple fact that due to lack of staffing, committees that seem to get nowhere, this particular term, this particular council has only made financial gain in terms of taxing its citizens. That cannot continue and be sustainable in this community for a long period of time, and the mayor is absolutely correct when he states we need to do something. We had an opportunity to cut service. We had an opportunity to do this, that, and the other. This council chose not to. That's why we're facing over 11% in this taxation year. This is a step forward, expression of interest to help us out and help our citizens, many of which, I think it's over 50% now, are over the age of 65, many living on a mill pension. Their taxes this year on an average, and I say average, family home, are going to be close to $6,000. When I started in this business, all in, those taxes were around
Point of order, Chair.
2,500.
I think we're getting a little bit
This is
off topic.
absolutely pertinent to the discussion we're having in terms of economics.
Yeah, I'm just going to interrupt.
And
here.
I won't say any more, Mayor. I just wanted to make the point. Thank you.
Councillor Almeida.
I'm going to keep it brief because we moved our meeting earlier today to all be at the complex for a candidates event that starts in 12 minutes. And even our reporter has left for that event as well. So I appreciate the mayor's intent here to try to raise funds for our community in different ways. These are conversations that I'm not opposed to having. And I'm not opposed to some sort of plan or project or development at the old arena site that would benefit the city, but I also don't want to take away one of the nicest landscapes that we have. So there's got to be a fine touch with that's done. And so at this current time, I can't vote for this until we have a little bit more of a plan for that. But I also do want to get us moving.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated. We'll now move to the final input. Do we have anybody online? See no one. Oh, Just a second.
Missing the debate to ask this question.
Maybe have a flower too.
It's right here. Mark Hassett, citizen of Paul River. I'm not speaking right now on regards to the arena site, but I'm speaking about the golf course lands. I would like to make a comment.
It's a question.
Or a question. I'll make a question. With that land, it was broke away from the mill and went to a joint venture property with the mill, Tla'amin, and the city. From my understanding, it was given to the city because they knew the mill was going down for tax, to get a tax base going with the mill going down. That's probably 20 some years ago. Now, Tla'amin, I forget how, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, seen it wasn't going nowhere, broke away, and they have a successful business down there on the waterfront. They're doing great. And I say here, we've still got no tax base out of that, which was originally given to the city for, to my understanding. And here we are 20 plus years later, we're still sitting neutral. So I look at what could be there had the city moved on. And all you got to do is look over at Edgehill Crescent. There was a piece of property there. Age's brother that's my question. The Age's brothers put out for a point of interest, what you want to do. And I said, they got a pretty good point of interest. You got 2 6-story apartment buildings there now. That would they have been there had they not put it out? Probably not. And that same potential could have been on the golf course lands, paying upwards of $1 million a property. So.
Point of order, Chair. Can I be recognized, please?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a public clarification period, and I tried to provide a lot of grace for the speaker to get to a question, but we're trying to clarify items discussed during the meeting, and I haven't heard a question for clarification yet.
Okay, so now when you look at what they've got in the taxes that 6-story buildings, them 2 6-stories are going to pay. We've got how many acres down there in the joint venture golf course land, had it been developed, would have been paying taxes. For 20 years, the council sat here and debated. How many councils have gone through? Some of you weren't, I don't even hear. Maybe Jim was here when it first started. So how many more times are we going to debate it over different times and still stop? And not, I don't agree with selling it, but I do agree with a lease.
We have the question, how many more times are we going to discuss this? Would anybody care? Yes, Councilor Armida.
I believe that's a question that can't be answered because we can't predict the future or explain the past. You asked a question about future councils that we can't answer that for you. We just made a decision now, and that was the decision that was made. But your question has nothing to do with the meeting today.
Well, it does, because you're a council yet
but
for
you
18
asked
months.
how many times are we going to debate this, and we can't answer that question because there's no answer to the future.
Okay, so
Thank you.
it's going to say, okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Doubt.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else who can ask a question. You can ask me, Mark, anytime you want. You can give me a call. We'll have a coffee. You can ask me anything you want. I'll clarify it. But I just wanted to say we're coming to the close of a meeting. The last bit's been pretty contentious, as have most of the things that have gone on in the last 3 years. And we have had somebody with us, Lisa Bhopal Singh, our CAO, who's been part of this contentious team for over a year now. And I just want to say that I appreciate what you've done to stick with the city and for the city. In the short time you've been here, I wish it could have been longer because I think everybody could get together to work better as a team over a longer period of time. But I just want to recognize, I think this is going to be your last meeting here at the City Council of Powell River. I just want to say thank you and recognize the hard work you've done and the difficult position that I think you've been in to try to bring everything together and move it along. So thank you from me. And I think I'm guessing that most of council agrees with me.
I think I heard a motion to adjourn.
No motions.
Don't need a motion.